Evening. Call the meeting to order. It is 5:04. Roll call by Dr. Gina Potter.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our agenda item number 2, roll call. And with our board president, Anonymous Harmon.
President.
And our board vice president, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
And our board clerk, Mrs. Irene Lowe. And Mr. Martin Harwood.
Present.
And our board member, Mrs. Kenya Barraza.
Number 3, our agenda. The agenda for the meeting.
So
Ms. makes motion. I'll second it. Irene Lopez seconds it. We have a vote.
Aye.
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 5-0. Public comments or communications on closed session items. There are none. 5, governing board, we will now recess into closed session in accordance with section 5495455. 5.1, government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. 5.2, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and reassignment. 5.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess the closed session at 5:05 p.m. Second.
And we're now going to close session. Yeah, take a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
It was Mr. Adams.
Thank you. We're now going to close session. Good evening. There is nothing to report from closed session. Before we begin, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by hand. Any member of the public would like translation from either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking in Spanish. Please go to the translator's table to pick up your text. Thank you, Tammy. Now, I'm going to call to order. It is now 6:04. And we will now begin our board meeting. Dr. Potter.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. It is nice to see all of you here in Sunset. A roll call, agenda item number 7, beginning with our board president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario. Present. And our board vice president, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez. Present. Our board member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
Our board member, Mrs. Kenya Parada. Present. Madam President, we have all 5 board members here. We do have
Now I would like to invite Diana Cardoso, I'm sorry, fifth grade student here at Sunset, who will lead us the class.
Good evening. My name is Diana Campa Cardoso. I'm in 5th grade and attend Sunset School. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right. Let me think of it. Put your right hands over your heart. Ready? Begin. To the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible. The injustice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank
Great job. Now I will introduce Christina, who will name our board recognitions for distinguished champion.
Thank you. Good evening, board president, board members, superintendent, and members of our audience cabinet. It is a pleasure to be here tonight, and I would love to introduce Vista Del Mar principal, Irene Herrera Ceballos, and Sunset interim principal, Mr. Matthew Bandy.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Potter, and esteemed guests. It is my privilege to be here tonight to celebrate some of our exceptional students here from Sunset Elementary, home of the Lions. Our school mission states that we work closely together to ensure the development of students' academic and personal success. Tonight, we are celebrating some of the success in the area of reading. These students being recognized tonight demonstrated outstanding achievement in our accelerated reader program, which fosters a love for reading and strengthens literacy skills. Through their dedication, hard work, and enthusiasm for learning, they have set an example for their peers and shown what it means to strive for excellence. I personally want to recognize their efforts and their accomplishments, which reflect not only their personal commitment to reading, but also to the support from their families and the dedication of our staff. Please join me in congratulating these remarkable students as I call their names to come forward. From 6th grade, Edgar Carrillo with 119 points. Come on forward, bud, you can do it. Okay, thank you. From 5th grade, and our flag salute young lady tonight, Diana Campa Cardozo with 102 points. From 4th grade, Kimberly Castillo with 174 points. This is the top reader in the whole school. Third grade, Eva Figueroa with 53 points. In second grade, we have a tie. Uriel Espinosa Sandoval, Elena Orienden Amasquita. First grade, we have a three-way tie. Alan Chaviva, Fernando Martinez, and Alexa Bazo. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate their success and for your continued support of our students' academic growth.
And Karen wants to take a picture.
I don't think. Do have cookies, water. Right number.
Next, I want to take a moment to honor the three outstanding members of our staff who have gone above and beyond in their roles, making a significant impact on our school. Rodrigo Amasquita. Rodrigo's hard work and dedication to our students and school community are truly commendable. He consistently goes the extra mile to ensure the success of our programs and students, embodying the spirit and commitment that makes Sunset Elementary thrive. Next, I'd like to recognize Alana Arciaga Larino. Alana has stepped up as a leader in the sixth grade during a time of change. Her willingness to take on additional responsibilities and guide her team has ensured a smooth transition and continued excellence in instruction for our students. Her leadership is deeply appreciated. And finally, Teresa Martinez. Teresa's dedication and consistent support to our TK students with special needs has made a profound difference in their lives. Her compassion, patience, and expertise have created a nurturing environment where our youngest learners can thrive. Thank you. Please join me in congratulating Rodrigo, Alana, and Teresa for their incredible contributions to Sunset Elementary. Their dedication to our students and school community exemplifies the values that we strive to uphold every day. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to highlight these amazing individuals. Together, they will represent the heart and soul of Sunset Elementary, and I am proud to celebrate them here tonight.
You want me to help you hand out the circle? Sure. Yeah. So you're not running around.
Hey, good evening, Dr. Potter, governing board members, staff, families, and communities. Thank you all for being here, especially since we had to postpone our event. I'd like to ask our BDM students to come up front here. I know I had a bunch that are RSVP for the last board meeting. Come on, a minute. Are there any others that came in? So we are here to recognize the exceptional achievement of the reclassification of our Vista Del Mar middle school students. Learning a new language is no small task. It requires courage, perseverance, and a commitment to growth. These students are an inspiration to us all. Their success reflects not only their own dedication, but also the support of their families, teachers, and peers. Together, we celebrate this accomplishment and look forward to all that they will achieve. We're going to start with the one that's here. Oh, you just. All right, so we'd like to acknowledge Jimena Gutierrez Miranda. Now, I would like to say their names. They worked very hard to achieve this accomplishment. So Jayla Bernal, Max Delgadillo, Mia Duarte, Jimena Gomez Dominguez, Olivia Luna, Adrian Lepe Garcia, and Samira Esquivel Torres.
Is it there?
Here.
My phone. Awesome. Sorry. No, it's okay.
Okay, our next group of awardees. It's an honor today to recognize the incredible contributions of our BDM English Language Arts, also known as ELA, and English Language Development, also known as ELD teachers, who have been instrumental in helping our students reclassify. They helped our students unlock doors to endless opportunities to the future. Their commitment to our students' success has strengthened our community. Today, we celebrate their hard work. Thank you, teachers, for believing in our students. So I'm going to call them to come up. I want the families to be nearby if they're here so they can get a picture too. Okay? All right, so first we have Miss Rebecca Aguayo, 6th grade teacher. And next we have another 6th grade teacher. This is an awesome team right here, Brianna Patrell.
Okay, now for our seventh grade ELA and ELD teacher. She has a new name, but I'm going to use her. Mrs. Crystal Henry. Okay, and last but not least, and I'm gonna say hi to her on the owl because I know she's watching from home. She could not make it today. Congratulations, our eighth grade ELA and ELD teacher, Miss Polly Black. Just a quick reminder, we do have cookies and water. Right there, outside of that door right there. Afuera tenemos galletitas, agüitas, para todos los niños que fueron reconocidos. Me imagino que también van a sobrar para los maestros que fueron reconocidos. Y les agradecemos mucho su presencia, nomás que sí queremos mencionar que los padres no quieren quedarse para la junta, pues ir afuera con sus hijos, acompañarlos, o ir a la casa, hacer su cena, las tareas, todas las tareas que tenemos como padres. Les damos muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Now we will go to number 10, public comment, communications on open session items. First, we will have Christina and Luca, 3 minutes.
Me again. This is really short. Thank you, Board President. So I am here to make a very special announcement tonight. The Association of California School Administrators, better known as ACSA, announces that Mr. Oscar Madera is the winner of the Special Education Administrator.
Good evening, Madam Board President, Rosario, members of the board, Dr. Potter, distinguished guests. Over the course of my 25 years career as an Ysidro School District, I have the privilege of many occasions to acknowledge the professionalism, commitment, and exemplary achievement of fellow Ysidro School District staff members. Tonight is one of those special moments of acknowledge a fellow colleague.
It is an honor to celebrate Mr. Oscar Madera, Director of Special Education Department, who has made an extraordinary impact on our students, families, and educators. Tonight, we recognize him for receiving the Special Education Administrator of the Year Award from the Association of California School Administrators. Oscar's leadership has transformed our district. As an advocate for neurodiversity, he has created a lasting legacy of equity and opportunity for all, particularly for those with disabilities. From his early days as an instructional aide to his concurrent role as special education director, Oscar's unwavering commitment to students and his community is evident in every program he has developed. From aim high to C's classroom, mental health support, and beyond. His work has reshaped our approach to inclusion, mental health, and student well-being. Oscar's journey from South San Diego to special education leadership reflects his deep understanding of the challenges child face, especially in our Hispanic Latino community. His bilingual and bicultural background allows him to create truly inclusive environments for all families. Oscar's work, from championing professional development to his dedication to student success, continues to inspire us all. Oscar, congratulations on this well-deserved award. Your leadership, passion, and commitment have made a profound difference, and we are grateful to have you leading the way. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So you have to stand.
Now we'd like to call Denise Ysidro.
He's not me. Okay. So hello, my name is Denise Ysidro. I'm the coordinator of student services. As part of my role, I support our special education department. Over the last 17 years, I've had the privilege of working with children with a variety of exceptional needs. Along the way, I have met countless dedicated individuals who have devoted their lives to serving students with disabilities. Yet among them, Mr. Madera stands out. For the past 8 years, I've worked alongside him and witnessed firsthand his unwavering dedication to supporting children and their families. His commitment began long before his leadership, when he first started as an instructional assistant. In that role, he quickly became the go-to person every parent hoped for when their child had behavioral needs due to autism. Outside of work, he extended his dedication to the community by volunteering with the Autism Society and helping organize sensory-friendly events, such as their special showing of The Grinch. As he advanced from school psychologist to program specialist and now director, his dedication never wavered. He has always remained deeply committed to this district, which is part of his own community growing up. Through challenges, whether navigating limited funding in special education or addressing the nationwide shortages of specialized staff, Mr. Madera faced each obstacle head-on, always keeping students at the heart of his work. Personally, I feel incredibly fortunate to have Mr. Madera as my mentor and our leader. I have seen firsthand the positive impact he's had on our students, families, and staff. His leadership is both inspiring and transformative. It is no surprise then that he's been recognized as the Access Special Education Administrator of the Year. Congratulations, your dedication, work ethic, leadership, and heart have rightfully earned you this honor. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Great, Quintana.
Apologies for keeping it from you. You don't understand how hard that was. Congratulations. Something that should have come a long time ago. As reflecting, thinking about what I was gonna say, I look back to when I was lucky to be on your interview panel. And I thought,
this person here had all the qualifications for this position. Is he going to accept the job? And later come to find that you were born in, in South Bay area, and you're somebody from San Ysidro, and you were coming back home. And your dedication, your love, your advocacy for the students of San Ysidro is untouchable. You're always advocating for students. You were the first person to talk about mental health before mental health was something that was actually impacting our district. When we hit COVID, we had our system or curriculum in place, and we hit the ground running. You've always advocated for equity for students with special disabilities, and you're a person who always goes beyond and above. You're always looking out for the little guy, and it's because you're somebody who's actually been through that. You were somebody who actually experienced a lot of the socioeconomic issues that our district deals with, and so you're a gem to our district. I couldn't, when we actually were looking at the qualifications, I thought, who else in Southern California and Pearl Valley is going through what Oscar's going through? You have always been, even though stress is part of the job, you always smile through, and you always give us, that hope that we're going to persevere. So congratulations. This is something that we talked about. Hard work pays off, and this is just a bit, because I know we have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to grow on, and we're still building this program to make it the best in all of San Diego. So congratulations.
Can we please have all the special ed teachers come join us on the stage?
Our next speaker is Jeff Scarlett. Mr. Scarlett.
Claudio, Irene, Ryan, board members I haven't met yet. Jeff Scarlett, 30-year, San Ysidro lifer, couldn't be prouder. I met my wife at Smythe, 20 years at Smythe, 10 years here at Nandito ka, no necesito micrófono. Anyway, okay, thanks, Antonio. Where was I? Okay, yeah. Met my wife at Smythe. We've got two great kids. She's BDM, science, 7th grade science teacher now. I'm back subbing. Currently, I'm subbing at Smythe for the 5th grade. And anyway, let me cut to the chase. Let's skip that page. Okay, but you know how they all say it's not the money, it's principle? Well, I'm here to say, I'm an idiot. But anyway, 7 short months ago, I was subbing a long-term class here at Sunset for $270 a day. A month later, it was 204. I get a notice from Ann Hope in the summer that they took another hit. It's now 204 for long term. And just, let me check my quick notes. It looked on the demoralizing side. Our kids just graduated from college. The student loans are coming in. Hard luck, you've heard it. And San Ysidro School District sub pay is basically, I think, it's rock bottom if you from between here and North County. Anyway, I know money's tight, I know. But National City School District, they're paying their returning veteran teachers $300 a day. And I mean, talking myself, there's Judy Crespo, there's Jerry Galindo, Terry Rodriguez, and Hope. I'm not leaving a few out. And you know, I think it's justifiable that they pay better to returning veteran teachers than they do rank and file stuff. Not bagging on any sub. And yeah, in my mind, they're recognizing and appreciating the fact that there's cohesion and there's continuity in having, you know, veteran teachers. They recognize the faces, and we've been at it for quite a long time. So just throwing it out there. I'm going on 40 days at Smite, and that's 40 days and 40 nights. I mean, if the job goes home, I'm planning, I'm grading, I'm recording on the weekends, I'm leaving late. You know, I'm a teacher again, full time. And could use a little more money. That's it. Thanks for the time. Nothing but love, guys. Okay. Thank you.
And Linda Chavez, will have 5 minutes if you will speak in Spanish as well. Tienes 5 minutos.
Buenas tardes y gracias por el tiempo que me están dando. Se los agradezco de corazón porque en verdad sí me siento muy triste y muy oprimida por lo que está pasando en este distrito. Yo estuve trabajando aquí como SAP Bus Driver y las experiencias que me llevé de aquí no fueron muy alentadoras. Para mí, que es mi comunidad, me dolió bastante el corazón, porque yo trabajé en este distrito anteriormente. Créame, nunca sufrí lo que sufrí esta vez. Yo trabajé feliz en este distrito y por eso quise volver. Pero lo que pasó esta vez, cuando yo trabajé en el distrito, me di cuenta que había bullying, mucho bullying. Me tenían asustada, me acosaban y me di cuenta que todos manipulan las cosas a su manera. Que la persona que está al frente de transportación, me da tristeza decirlo, habla muy bonito, pero sus acciones hablan más. Nunca estuvo ahí para cuando yo lo necesité. Yo sé que se oye mal que diga esto, pero es la realidad de la vida. A mí me duele mi comunidad, me duele mucho. Y por eso es que vine hoy a presentarme, porque lo que yo perdí, lo que yo tanto amaba era mi trabajo, trabajar con mi comunidad, y me corrieron sin motivo ni razón. Yo pedí permiso. Fui a pedir permiso para no trabajar por 1 o 2 semanas. Cuando todos estuvieron trabajando, no trabajaron en verano, yo cubría las rutas. Yo era la primera siempre que llegaba y la última que me iba. Yo no dejaba niños tirados. Yo me aseguraba recoger hasta el último que hubiera. Los otros choferes, especialmente en viernes, todo el mundo quería correr y irse. Pues claro, no tenían un jefe que los mandara porque el jefe nunca estaba. Yo pienso que en transportación realmente necesitan un jefe que sepa lo que está haciendo. Porque para mí, lo que yo vi, hacer bullying en un distrito no es nada adecuado, especialmente porque trabajamos con la comunidad hispana. Es nuestra gente, y si a nosotros no nos duele nuestra gente, ¿a quién le va a doler? A mí sí me dolió mucho porque sin motivo ni razón yo trabajaba muy duro y no lo supieron apreciar. Sin más ni más, cuando yo volví de mis vacaciones me dieron como una patada que a la persona que ya no quieren y gracias y ya no los necesito. Cuando yo ponía todo lo de mi parte para hacer el trabajo, llegar temprano, irme al último y todo lo que los choferes me decían que hiciera, yo lo hacía. ¿Por qué? Porque me decían, por señoría, a veces ellos manipulan el sistema del distrito, cobraban un trabajo que no hacían. Yo iba y cubría las rutas que ellos no querían hacer. Y eso para mí no se me hace justo porque yo trabajaba y se me pagaba el mismo sueldo cuando ellos no lo trabajaban y se les pagaba. Yo siempre me quedé calladita, nunca dije nada porque yo tenía pasión para mi trabajo. Yo amo a mi comunidad y de verdad que me dolió mucho que por motivo ni razón ni siquiera me dijeron disculpe, nada. Así, me corrieron como un perro que ya no le sirve. Eso me lastimó mucho mi corazón. Yo pienso que una persona que trabaja en el distrito y que debe saber cómo está todo el movimiento, debe de ser una persona que ya tiene muchos años en transportación porque sabe muy bien cómo se trabaja el distrito. No una persona que llegó de afuera y que se deja manipular y controlar por los choferes, que los choferes le dicen cualquier cosa y él se lo cree. Y aquí estamos como los bandidos y los rateros. O eres de allá, porque a mí desde un principio que yo llegué, se me dijo, o vas a estar con nosotros, porque queremos recaudar tantas firmas para correr a cierta persona, o si nosotros nos damos cuenta de que tú no estás con nosotros, te vamos a correr. Y eso se me recordaba todo el tiempo, parecían maquinitas. Te vamos a correr si tú no estás de nuestro lado. Pura manipulación. Cada día que yo venía al trabajo me decía yo a mí misma, yo no puedo hablar ahora con Joana, no puedo hablar del trabajo porque si yo hablaba con ella, los choferes se me venían encima. Y pues yo quería dejar saber al distrito para que sepan el problema que está pasando allí. Yo les agradezco de corazón y pues muchas gracias y discúlpenme si hablé tan fuerte, pero es que la verdad es mi comunidad y me duele. Gracias por su tiempo.
Joana Velasco.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to the two new board members. For those that already know me, well, obviously you know that I'm here for the reason that on the last board meeting, there was address about transportation operation technician. I am that person, and I was stunned by when they told me that they had said a lot of bad things about me. Unfortunately, for those that know me, staff all around the school district, I've been here 31 years. I'm a very dedicated person to my job, especially to the children. It's always first the children, parents, and then the drivers. Unfortunately, that's not the case under this new management. I've been belittled. I've been retaliated. I've been bullied, especially bullied, because it's common sense tells you that if I get complaints from parents and I'm not at work, just so you know, I drive, I've been driving, and I only get half an hour in the morning, half an hour in the afternoon, if anything, to work on emails, texts, messages, and then there's demands, deadlines for management. So I'm under stress. Defamation of character, that's exactly what they did. And I was stunned. I was stunned that they made it public and they say enough is enough. Yeah, they're right. Enough is enough. This bullying needs to stop. I'm doing my job. Unfortunately, when I say belittled, it was done. How was that? My job description says that I do routes. God forbid that I put anything and I work closely with parents. For those that know me, the time limit is from 3 to 5 days, and I make sure that these children, especially the special ed, that's mainly what we transport, that I get back to the parents. Now I have to wait because there's an administrative decision that I need to do. And you know what's sad about this is that I have to wait till he has the time. And that's where it makes it hard for me to work with the parents directly, especially with special needs students, to the point where we've actually have left behind students. And when I try to address it to that person that oversees our department, he doesn't take the time. The last time I came to this board meeting, I mentioned, and I've reached out to the superintendents, and I've asked to please look into it. You can't work like this. My job description tells me that I have to work closely with the parents and with the drivers, but I see it that it's a retaliation because there's gains. Personal gains, meaning if they were to remove me from that position, the next person that would benefit would be that person that spoke on that last meeting. And of course, because I spoke at that meeting about that I didn't have any leadership and I didn't have the support and the communication that I needed from the person that oversees that department, I was targeted. And I'm not one.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you could just finish your thought.
I'm sorry.
So
So,
you have to keep the time.
I'm asking,
Thank you.
please, we need more supervision in that department because it is everybody's a boss. And when it comes to working with the children and parents, there's a timeline that we need to get back to them, and it's not addressed that way. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, board president, Alana Rosario, vice president Antonio Martinez, secretary Reem Lopez, new board members. I want to welcome Mrs. Martina Arias and well, member Denina. And I want to, pardon me. I'd like to wish you a happy new year, a prosperous new year. It's important that we start off the year right. And I want to commend you on having vision to come to the individual school. You bring the face of the board, the face of the education to the community, to the students. Is very important. It's important that teachers are recognized. You did recognize your special teachers and other teachers. That's very important. Sometimes the teachers feel that no one recognizes. Be recognized. Teachers are important, and also the principal. Principals have an opportunity to showcase their school. That's very important. Very important that the community knows that you're out in the community. We're living in very difficult times. Sometimes the parents are this time are concerned what's going to happen. The school system going to continue, and it's education, the nation going to change, and we're going to lose funding, and that's all very frightening. Frightening to me. I think what's going to happen. It frightens me. I'm sure that other people are concerned. So the fact that you're in the community, you've been in the community, and it's something that you need to continue. And I just want to commend you on your vision of continuing the community and making sure that all the people that need recognition are recognized. It's important that you continue, and hopefully this will be a good year for educators and a good year for all the community, for all the people that are concerned about am I going to have be able to continue living in this country. And we're living in the very close to the border. I know that I know that you're going to hopefully address that issue in your own way. So congratulations on your work. Congratulations on meeting the community. And the next next month, you'll be in another school, and I'm sure that they'll appreciate your, thank you. 3 minutes.
Irma Beltrán. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm just here to, address the Fernando's here, district from another angle, because the battle is not ours, but it is the Lord's. And in the Bible, John 14:27 says, peace I leave with you, peace I leave you, not as the world gives, do I give it to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. There are many issues that I cannot solve, many issues that I'm not involved with, but they still affect our district. So if you want, you don't need prayer, you may stand. Lord, we thank you that you are the only one who can give us peace. Jesus, you are the Prince of Peace. I pray right now that you please step into our life, right now, and flood our hearts and our minds with your peace. I thank you that you are the answer and the only answer, the answer to anger, the answer to division, the answer to judgment. We seek you today for your mighty deliverance, that every arrow of fear, every arrow of anxiety, every arrow of abuse, physical, mental, or verbal, and every arrow of greed for power or monetary compensation be under your control. I know that you can defeat this Goliath. We ask you today to go before us and guard our backs. We ask you that you lead with your presence, that you send your mighty angels, and that your Holy Spirit may descend over our district, over every building, over every classroom, over every heart and mind, over every administrator, over every member of the board, over every classified employee, every teacher, every parent, and community member, and most importantly, that you allow us to serve the children in peace and wisely, that our classroom be oasis of peace and learning. And there's a special request, please cut everything that comes to bring division to the district. We are willing to work as we've always been working, close to the parents, because if there are no parents, there are no children. If there are no children, there are no teachers. And most of us, there are bad doctors, good doctors. There are good teachers, bad teachers. Bad, good, but not because one teacher is not good doesn't mean that everybody else is. But it seems like we're all being judged the same way. So I ask you today, Lord, to cut from this district everything that is negative, everything that is bringing things into our district, into our heart, that shouldn't be here. And I ask you to start with me. If my prayer is not honest, if my prayer does not help me to be in the classroom serving the children, I ask you to start with me. In the name of Jesus, amen. Allison Murillo will be reading remarks in both English and Spanish. You have 5 minutes. Good evening, members of the San Ysidro School District Board and Superintendent Dr. Gina Potter. My name is Alison Murillo, and I am standing here once again to speak on the ongoing issues with bullying and physical aggression that are spreading throughout our community's elementary schools. Multiple parents from different schools have spoken up about their children's experiences, bullying and physical aggression, presenting these issues to school staff and administration, the district special education director, and the school district itself. But their concerns have unfortunately gone without an effective response on the part of their school or the district. This has especially occurred when parents seek a response from the school principal, who do nothing to resolve their urgent matter. These incidents have been occurring in both general education and special education classrooms. As you may also know, 2 prominent cases have made their presence known yesterday in local news. Not only have complaints been made about student-on-student bullying and aggression, but parents have also raised concerns regarding negligent and cruel practices from some teachers and school staff, such as denying students permission to the restroom, putting young students in a corner as punishment, and even going as far as putting their hands on students and pushing them. These issues have been worsened by a lack of support for our teachers in the classroom and a severe lack of the staff necessary to keep our schools and students safe. New duty staff also need lots of support to reduce the number of incidents occurring during recess and lunch. What this community wants and urgently needs is a response from you. We need immediate, effective action so that our community's children can go to school happily and safely. Parents can send their sons and daughters to school with the peace of mind that they are safe and that they'll be heard and are respected. And so that our district teachers can feel supported and safe. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva y del Distrito Escolar de Ysidro y superintendente doctora Gina Parra. Mi nombre es Alison Murillo y estoy aquí una vez más para hablar sobre los problemas continuos de bullying y agresión física que se están propagando en las escuelas primarias de nuestra comunidad. Varios padres de diferentes escuelas han expresado sus preocupaciones sobre las experiencias de sus hijos con el bullying y la agresión física, dando sus problemas del personal y de la administración de la escuela, el director de Educación Especial del distrito y al propio distrito escolar. Sin embargo, lamentablemente, sus inquietudes no han recibido una respuesta efectiva por parte de la escuela ni del distrito. Esto ha sucedido especialmente cuando los padres buscan una respuesta por parte de los directores de sus escuelas y no hacen nada para resolver estos incidentes. Estos incidentes han ocurrido tanto en aulas de educación general como en aulas de educación especial. Como también sabrán, los casos importantes han salido de la luz ayer en noticias locales. No solo se han presentado quejas sobre el bullying y la agresión entre estudiantes, sino que los padres también han manifestado su preocupación por prácticas negligentes y crueles de los maestros y personal escolar, como negarles a los estudiantes el permiso para ir al baño, a los pequeños en una esquina como castigo, incluso llegar a ponerles las manos encima y empujarlos. Estos problemas se han agravado debido a la falta de apoyo para nuestros maestros en el aula y a la grave escasez de personal necesario para mantener nuestras escuelas y a nuestros estudiantes seguros. El personal de supervisión en los recreos también necesita mucho más apoyo para reducir la cantidad de incidentes que ocurren durante el día y a la hora del almuerzo. Lo que esta comunidad quiere y necesita con urgencia es una respuesta de ustedes. Necesitamos una acción inmediata y efectiva para que los niños de nuestra comunidad puedan ir a la escuela felices y seguros. Puedan enviar a sus hijos con la tranquilidad de que están protegidos y de que sus derechos de ser escuchados sean respetados, y para que los maestros de nuestro distrito se sientan apoyados. Muchas gracias. Karina Robles, you will also have 5 minutes. Your remarks will be shared in Spanish and in English.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar de Ysidro y superintendente Gina Parra. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, estoy aquí para expresar mi profunda preocupación por varios incidentes graves en la escuela Ysidro y otras de sus escuelas en su distrito que requieren inmediata atención e intervención. Estos problemas en curso están afectando la seguridad y el bienestar de nuestros hijos y es urgente que sean abordados. Los padres de familia del Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro y la comunidad de San Ysidro ya tienen conocimiento de los casos más recientes de las noticias de agresión física hacia los estudiantes en 2 de sus escuelas primarias. Estos incidentes han generado una gran preocupación entre los padres por la seguridad de los estudiantes y la falta de intervención efectiva para prevenir tales sucesos. La seguridad de nuestros hijos debe ser la máxima prioridad. Es evidente que se requieren acciones inmediatas para evitar que estos incidentes ocurran en el futuro. Nosotros como padres también estamos extremadamente preocupados por la falta de intervención por parte de la directora de la escuela Abuelo, ya que a pesar de los reportes y quejas de los padres sobre el acoso escolar, la falta de apoyo a los maestros y alumnos, la directora ha fallado y se ha negado a abordar estos problemas graves. En su lugar, ha insistido en que los padres deben hacer citas para hablar con ella. Nosotros los padres estamos cansados de esta falta de responsabilidad, accesibilidad y disposición para escuchar nuestras preocupaciones, a pesar de la gravedad de los problemas que estamos planteando. Solicitamos que el distrito escolar tome medidas inmediatas para abordar esta situación lo antes posible. Finalmente, el distrito escolar de San Ysidro afirma que sus escuelas son seguras y que el bienestar de los estudiantes es su prioridad. Sin embargo, muchos de los incidentes reportados por los padres demuestran lo contrario. Doctora Gina Parra, miembros de la mesa directiva del distrito, señor Bojorques y también el señor Madera, director de educación especial, estamos a tomar medidas inmediatas para resolver estos problemas que impactan las vidas de nuestros hijos todos los días y para garantizar un ambiente seguro de apoyo y para todos los estudiantes que están de las escuelas primarias de nuestro distrito. Good evening, members of the San Ysidro School Board and Superintendent Dr. Gina Potter. My name is Karina Robles, and I am here today to express my deep concerns regarding several issues and incidents at Wayne Elementary and other schools in your district that require your immediate attention and intervention. These ongoing issues are affecting the safety and well-being of our children, and it is urgent that they be addressed. Recently, the parents of students at the San Ysidro School District and the community of San Ysidro have become aware of the most recent cases in the news of physical aggression towards students in two of your elementary schools. These incidents have raised serious concerns among parents about student safety and the lack of effective intervention to prevent such occurrences. The safety of our children should be the top priority, and it is clear that immediate action is required to ensure incidents like this are prevented in the future. We as parents are also extremely concerned about the lack of intervention from the principal at Bueno. Despite the reports and complaints from parents about bullying, lack of support to our teachers and students, the principal has failed and refused to address these serious issues and has instead insisted that parents need to make appointments to talk to her. We, the parents, are tired of this lack of accountability, accessibility, and willingness to listen to our concerns. Despite the severity of the issues being raised, we are requesting immediate action from the school district to have this situation addressed as soon as possible. Finally, the San Ysidro School District claims that its schools are safe and that the well-being of the students is their priority. However, many of the incidents being reported by the opposite. Dr. Gina Potter, District Board members, Mr. Bohorquez, and Mr. Madera, Director of Special Education, we urge you to make immediate action to resolve these issues that impact our children's lives every day, and that you take immediate action to address issues and provide a safe, supportive environment for all students, teachers, and staff at our district elementary school. Thank you for your attention to these urgent matters. We look forward to your response. Thank you so much.
President Palestino, 5 minutes, Spanish, English remarks.
Estoy aquí como madre, como defensora de nuestra comunidad, como alguien que cree en un mejor futuro para nuestros estudiantes. Quiero hablar sobre la importancia de convertir la mirada en una escuela de doble inmersión, dual language. San Ysidro es una comunidad bilingüe y multicultural. Nuestros niños crecen escuchando y hablando español e inglés, y es momento de que su educación refleje esta realidad. Aprender en dos idiomas no solo les ayuda académicamente, sino que les abre más oportunidades en el futuro, ya sea en la universidad, en sus carreras, en vida diaria. Como mamá de niños en educación especial, sé lo importante que es crear un ambiente donde todos los niños tengan las oportunidades de aprender y crecer. Los programas de doble inmersión han demostrado que benefician a todos los estudiantes, incluyendo a aquellos con IEPs, ayudándolos a desarrollar mejores habilidades de comunicación y aprendizaje. En 2016, los votantes de California aprobaron la Proposición 58, que permite y apoya la educación bilingüe en nuestras escuelas. Esto significa que tenemos el derecho de pedir programas que reflejen nuestras necesidades y valores. Por eso estamos recolectando firmas de padres en la mirada que apoyen esta iniciativa. Hay muchas familias que quieren esta oportunidad para sus hijos y ahora necesitamos que nuestros líderes escolares escuchen y actúen. Hacer la mirada a una escuela de doble inmersión no es solo lo que sino una inversión en el futuro de nuestros estudiantes y en nuestra comunidad. Es una forma de honrar nuestras raíces mientras les damos herramientas para triunfar. I'm here tonight as a mother and a proud member of this community to express my strong support for making La Mirada a dual language school. San Ysidro is a vibrant, bilingual, and multicultural community. Our children deserve an education that reflects and strengthens their identities while preparing them for a future where bilingualism is an asset. Research has consistently shown that dual language programs improve academic achievement cognitive development, and career opportunities, not just for English learners, but as a mother of children in special education, I know firsthand how important it is to create inclusive and equitable learning environments. Dual language programs have been proven to support diverse learners, including students with IEPs, by enhancing communication skills, cognitive flexibility. California voters made their voices heard when they passed Proposition 58 back in 2016, restoring the right for schools to offer bilingual education without restrictions. Families want this. Educators support this, and at La Mirada, we have the perfect opportunity to give our children the benefit of a strong research-backed dual language program. That's why we're actively collecting signatures from parents at La Mirada who support this initiative. The demand is there, and families are eager for this opportunity. Making La Mirada dual language school is an investment in our children's future and in the future of San Ysidro. It's about equity, opportunity, and honoring the rich cultural heritage of our families. Let's take action and give our students the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We have you, speaking again on item 14.14.
Okay. Como padres, todos queremos lo mejor para nuestros hijos, especialmente en que respecta a su educación. Pero ¿cómo podemos defenderlos verdaderamente si no entendemos los documentos y las decisiones que afectan su futuro? Por ejemplo, los programas educativos individualizados son fundamentales para garantizar que nuestros hijos reciban el apoyo que necesitan. Pero con demasiada frecuencia, estos documentos no se proporcionan en el idioma que los padres entienden. Esto deja a las familias luchando en un sistema que debería funcionar para ellos, no en su contra. Pero no termina ahí. El mismo problema existe en las reuniones de la Junta Escolar, donde se discuten las políticas, se asignan fondos y se toman decisiones críticas sobre la educación de nuestros hijos. Si las agendas, los materiales y las discusiones no se traducen, comunidades enteras quedan fuera de la conversación. ¿Cómo podemos exigir responsabilidades a nuestras escuelas si ni siquiera tenemos acceso a la información? El idioma nunca debe ser una barrera para la defensa de sus derechos. Los padres tienen derecho a comprender y participar en la educación de sus hijos, ya sea a través de las reuniones del IEP o las decisiones de la Junta Escolar. Debemos exigir que todos los documentos, agendas de reuniones de la Junta y materiales de la Junta Escolar, IEPs, evaluaciones, etcétera, se traduzcan en su totalidad para que todos los padres, independientemente del idioma que hablen, puedan estar informados, participar y empoderarse. As parents, we all want what's best for our children, especially when it comes to their education. But how can we truly advocate for them if we don't understand the documents and decisions that impact their future? For example, individualized education plans. They are critical to ensuring our children receive the support they need. Yet too often, these documents are not provided in the language parents understand. This leaves families struggling to navigate a system that should be working for them, not against them. But it doesn't stop there. The same issue exists in our school board meetings, where policies are discussed, funding is allocated, and critical decisions about our children's education are being made. And if agenda materials and discussions are not translated, the entire communities are left out of the conversation. How can we hold our schools accountable if we don't even have access to the information? Language should never be a barrier to advocacy. Parents have the right to understand and participate in their child's education, whether it's through IEP meetings, school board meetings. We must demand all special education documents, board meeting agendas, and materials be fully translated so that every parent, regardless of their language, can be informed, engaged, and empowered. Thank you.
Lisa Yegan.
One, please, I gotta find it. That's ready. Hey, where are you? Weird thing. Okay. Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Lisa Yegan, and I am the president of Vive United. It is a local nonprofit
and I am here tonight to speak for Saraí Juarez, who's behind me. This speech is from Saraí. I grew up in San Ysidro and attended the San Ysidro School District. It is disheartening and embarrassing to witness the lack of professionalism, care, and commitment from the district and its staff toward the community, students, and parents. The district and its educators are entrusted with the responsibility of protecting and educating our children. However, they have failed to provide a nurturing and supportive educational environment for my child and many others, disregarding their rights in the process. Mr. Madera and your staff, you have failed to ensure a safe and inclusive learning space. Furthermore, you have neglected my child's educational right and have not provided him with a meaningful education. From the start, my child has faced discrimination in the classroom, being separated simply for struggling to follow direction, being singled out for behavioral challenges, and being forced to wait on the sideline or hold a staff member's hand for not standing still in line. Since the beginning of the school year, I have repeatedly requested accommodation and an IEP. However, these requests have been consistently postponed due to procedural requirements, such as the student study team process before an IEP evaluation. Despite formal requests from the San Diego Regional Center and my child's neurologist, your records do not reflect his diagnosis. A recent school health clerk on February 5th, 2025, revealed that his health records were incomplete, failing to acknowledge his chronic illness and medical need. Your staff has had access to all medical documents since day one and has received updates after every neurologist appointment, yet the system remains outdated. Although IEP evaluations were conducted, they did not comprehensively assess all the areas of need outlined in his medical documentation. Additionally, I was informed that providing a classroom aide was considered too costly and an extreme measure. Instead, the only accommodation suggested was access to the school nurse's restroom. This is not an adequate or acceptable solution. Incidents such as my child's food being spat on, his snacks being taken away, and other unacceptable occurrences further demonstrate the failure of this district to provide a safe, respectful, and developmentally appropriate learning environment. This is not just a failure toward my child, but a failure toward the entire community. Every child deserves a safe, inclusive, and supportive educational experience. As parents, we work tirelessly to support our children's education, making sacrifices and overcoming challenges to ensure they receive the services they need. It is time for the district to fulfill its obligations and uphold the rights of students. And she finishes it with, do your job.
Cuando el tiempo se termine, quisiéramos tener más tiempo, pero no es así. Gracias.
You need to be fair and equal with everyone.
I am fair and equal with everyone.
No, you're not.
Speaker will be Natalie Venados. Hello, good evening. My name is Natalie Venados. I'm the Vice President and the Bargaining Chair of the San Ysidro Education Association, also a sixth grade teacher at Smart Elementary for 7 years. I'm here to comment on agenda item 13.4, SYA Sunshine Proposal, which was submitted a few weeks ago. As we always do before negotiating a new contract, we surveyed our membership to discover which areas needed improvement. We noticed that our educators feel overwhelmed and overworked. They would like more time to prepare advanced lessons and more time to learn the new programs and the new requirements that are added. While we are opening our hours, Article 955, Article 8 and Article 17 consultation and workflow. We also noticed that safety has been a growing issue. Thank you can mean so many things, and we are grateful the district worked with us for COVID and action. One thing that has come up recently is very different, however. While most parents and community members are amazing, some have been threatening and violating our professionalism, making it more and more difficult to create a safe environment for teaching and learning. In addition, some teachers have experienced violence at the hands of students. This is why we are opening our team. As always, we are opening compensation infringement in order to recruit and retain highly qualified teachers. No raise would be equal to a pay cut when currently inflation is going. We are looking forward to a positive and productive bargaining season this spring. As the strike in 2014, the educators, the school board, the district, we work together. We kind of built the bridge. We want to keep that up. We've been mutually respectful. We would like for this to continue. We sacrificed a lot back then. A lot, right? Some you remember. And we have worked really hard to go back to the dark days. And I know that our members will let that happen again. Thank you. So,
Hello, everyone. I'm an immigrant, son of a U.S. citizen. I was blessed to have a clear path to move with my parents from Sinaloa to LA at the age of 11 in sixth grade. In 1994, I was a sophomore in high school in LA when Prop 187 was approved. It would have denied public services to immigrants, including youth, such as public education and health. Many of my friends and extended family members were going to lose basic human rights. Since a young age, I was very involved in pro-immigrant causes and events to raise our voices against the unconstitutional Prop 187. We organized one. I was 16. Many of my classmates were afraid that their own parents or themselves were going to be deported or lose access to education and healthcare. So, as an immigrant who knows many people who have no official authorization to be in the U.S., I commend the San Ysidro School District Governing Board for reaffirming that when it comes to a free public education, a basic human right, our students or their families' immigration status is irrelevant. It also reaffirms that immigration agencies have no place on our campuses. And especially our children should always feel safe at our school. And just like back in 1994, Prop 187 was found unconstitutional. The president's executive order that tries to end birthright citizenship solely based on the baby's parents' immigration status, that executive order is unconstitutional because we have the 14th Amendment. Running out of time, so I'm just gonna go. I'm an evangelical Christian, and I like to close my comment with scripture about loving immigrants with papers or without. And to confirm that, the majority of Christians are in favor of loving the stranger and the least fortunate. Leviticus reads, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord, your Lord. Thank you.
La lista de Castro. Yes,
Oh, hello, good evening. Good evening, board members, superintendent, administrators, people from the community, and teachers, my favorite teachers, my teachers. I appreciate it so much. And my, we're hard workers. Hi, my name is Peter Castro. I am the new CSDA president. I represent 300 plus employees. I'm here to introduce myself and to say that I'm here willing to collaborate, to work together to benefit the community and most important, the student. I know working together, we can accomplish a lot of things. Can't wait to collaborate and work together to do great things. Mucho gusto, ¿cómo están?
Now we will have items from the board and superintendent, and I'll start probably at the end of our with Kenny. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, we remember, I have now duties and been around the district. And I have, well, first of all, as a mother, I experienced my sixth grader to go to Cuyamaca camp. And he was so pleased. He had so much fun. He didn't want to come back. And I heard great things beforehand, so I was in peace with myself, letting him go. And I was there that same day with a lot of other parents, concerned parents. There was some tears that we shared, and it was nice for all of us to share that together and to see how the bus went all the way to the Cuyo. So that was very nice, and thank you for the administrators who take care of this program. It's an amazing program, and I hope it never goes out. And then I also, now as a board member, I also went to visit BDM, to see how teachers interact with the students, and I went to visit different classrooms. I was very impressed with this middle school. This is the first school that I visited, and I was very, very impressed. I love how the teachers engage with the students, how interactive they are with the students. And when they do mainstream, how well they blend and they do inclusion in this school. I hope this is something that I can see in every school. And yeah, I mean, I was very excited. I wanted to go and see the fraud operation that they're gonna do. I think those classic model of education is very nice to keep. And thank you for the principal and writing happy. And also, it's also very nice to highlight, to see that kids are playing sports. And I say it again, they were playing sports, and I love that to keep our kids healthy. And I also went to coffee with the principal at La Mirada, and it's always very informative for parents to go to coffee with the principal. It's a very nice interaction with the principal and parents. to see what their children are going through in school. And also I want to make a big shout out to Victoria, who is our LCAP president. She's a parent and she is on it, and I love her ideas and how she presents it to the board in Navidad. And then I also have a few communications that I would like to share. One of them is some parents of the parents like me received a letter from the district about vaccine for their children. I just want to mention that there is an option for parents to if they don't have the information on hand, there is an option where they can opt out their kids, but this is only through medical exemption, and it's a process with doctors, and it's also through a system called CareMe. Just to put that out there for parents who are concerned about this issue, if you want to know more about if there is an existing option, and this is also California law. And then just last communication for people and community members who might not know. There was a law approved also for here in the county, or probably California too, about not parking within 20 feet of crosswalks and curbs. Just to let parents also know about this, and so they can be prepared with time, and you can avoid a fine, a fee, right? So they wanted to make those few communications. And that's all from my part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arias.
So, being put up in the board here, gone to quite a few different community events, and I just wanted to share out what those events are. Obviously, trying to bring back more resources to the district, via these events. And so, on January 12th, I attended a Remember Us, the Holocaust event for some of the Holocaust survivors that live here in San Diego County. That was a very commemorative event, just to talk about them and really listen to their stories. In addition, on January 15th, I was invited to attend the Midway Martin Luther King dinner event, which was also a very powerful and passionate event there. On January 17th, I attended the YMCA annual Martin Luther King breakfast, which was also a very powerful event, just to really bring us back and start the year off on a good foot. And then on January 23rd, I attended the YMCA Borderview Pool grand opening. That is a great resource that was brought back to our community here locally. I know we don't have access to a lot of pools here in our community, and the fact that we now have access to a swimming pool here, just water safety in general is a huge concern for our community. And so having that resource here is amazing, and I commend the YMCA and San Diego County for that.
Can I add something to that? There's also the pools Vista Terrace which are here, and those students, they need actually have students there, and the classes are very cheap. I have my child there, and water polo team, swimming team, and very highly recommend those classes to our district. To put that out there, and I'm pretty close. Irene?
Well, I want to thank Andy for helping us here at Sunset, which is my alumni school. But also Good evening, staff, certificated classified, members of the community, parents, upper administration, management, and Mr. Sanchez, our lawyer. And our tech guy, always here putting on and doing work. Without them, we wouldn't be able to have the board meeting or have anything on. Man, the screen that we have is new, and I understand that we're getting from the yellow table. That's part of what our system is made of, justice for all. I think that's very good, good side up, wow. But also I wanted to reiterate something. This is my hometown. I grew up, I went to school here. But also I became a member of the Census District and I worked for the district in many different positions. And I retired after 40 years. But I came back as a board member because I know what the community is like, parents. And when I get an issue, it hurts me to hear. But today I brought about the recognition of a person who we haven't been recognized in I don't know how many years for special ed, not even by the state or county. But to me, it was an honor today to know that special ed, Oscar Madera, his staff, Denise Yeager, and Mr. Rick Quintana. You know, it's not easy. I had experience with special ed. I had experience and blinded by other things that I didn't see. They helped us. They helped us learn about what can happen in a school and that they're there for us. I learned a lot of because of their help. They gave us a letter to different agencies that could help. And I know what it's like, and it hurts me when I see people come up and there's a process for everything. You have a right as a parent, yes, to make a complaint, but it needs to be a fact and written. We can't be there. You want us to do this, you want to do that. You know what? There's a procedure that you need to follow. And if you can't do that, then to me, you can come out and say whatever you want and ask them for help. To me, that's very important if it comes from your heart. If you really need help, you want to help. But it takes two to tango, like they say. Two sides. And the thing is to have open mouth and communicate, but with respect also. That you talk about bullying. That's the same thing we're doing. We're bullying our staff, we're bullying our members. And that's brought up in my office. I'm gonna need to tell them. They respect you, you show them the respect. You don't answer them back. And that's in our culture. It's always been that. So it hurts me to see and hear when you say, but you know what? We're also limited as to what we can say and do because there are laws and regulations. We're not just any school or anything. We're state employees. And there's state and federal laws apart from the union law. That's why we have a union. The union represents them. It is to protect not only them, but also their jobs and the school. Just like we have. Yes, state and federal we have to follow. So I know it's very hard sometimes to understand this, but I think it's proud that Mr. Madera was recognized because I haven't seen this in years. This is being recognized. Special ed, and I want to commend you because I know what you guys have done. Right now with the funding, I don't think you understand that. You don't manage to spending it what you want. It's what the kids do. That's the most important. What is the important thing is that you follow procedures and write the truth. Don't come and blame things without having facts. And facts are always a part of what I'm doing.
I've been trying for 6 months.
It's not a back and forth.
Yes, anyway, this is kind of different. But I know that if you follow procedures and you do it, and you follow them, we're here to help. We're here to help you, not to condemn or say anything against you. That's what the whole thing is about our district. And I've seen it grow, and I've seen it become better because of what the staff can have. Take care. they do care, you know, and it's hard for them too, because we have more children. We can't build schools, because we don't have the money. That's another thing. You know, we're being cut here and there, we don't know what the situation is gonna be in a couple of months, if we're gonna have that money left. So, working together is very important. We have to unite and really sit down and talk with each other and understand. And I miss going to the schools right now when you're just saying about Martin Luther King. It's beautiful when we visit the schools and we see what the kids have in their heart and their writing about Martin Luther King, about Lincoln, George Washington. It's a history that I remember and see what the staff can do with that, and our kids have that imagination and can do so beautiful things. It is nice to see that. See that on the wall of the school. You know, it's a lot of work. But you know what? Our staff has a heart. That's why the kids learn so much. You saw them here in the reading. These are young kids, small. I mean, it's not like generations before.
And we're special ed. Special ed didn't get
Not a
ready.
back and forth.
Special ed. I ask you that you please not interrupt. This is not a back and forth. We will ask you if you continue, excuse me, Ms. Gagan, I am going to ask to have you removed if you continue. And stop giving me those looks, because they don't scare me. I wish I could take a big picture of you in a video. I can see. Peace and love. Let's continue. Let's do it. Peace and love.
Practical to say. Anyway, these kids, these kids, you know, it's like that. Proud to see that, and I know their parents would really love to know that their kids have really done the reading, and these are small kids. So the future of this community is them. It's them all, and them too. And I want to thank the staff because they made it possible, especially the children that have graduated from the English language. You know, it can be done. It can be done. And I know that we will continue to show what we can do. Maybe we need to put banners up, show at each school what we've got from. Maybe a banner in the district for Mr. Madera. You know, it's something that people that don't live in this community or don't understand and don't want to share what we know is there. So I want to thank everybody and say we'll continue to work as hard as we can, and we'll show you what we do. Thank you.
All right, everyone, my turn. First of all, I want to also thank Mr. Bandy for hosting us. I also never gave you the thank you, Mr. Bandy and the legal for inviting me to the perfect attendance ceremony we had. Honestly, I was so happy and thrilled to see the amount of students that we have here at Sunset with perfect attendance. Obviously, I'm going to go a little bit credit to Mr. Musiata too, right there. But honestly, thank you for the invitation. And you know, one thing about Mr. Bandy, I'll take it all out here with that. He's a leader. I was so happy to see him in his environment. You know, I saw him actually, you know, out there, with Rodrigo, and it's just, you know, Mr. Bandy, thank you for hosting us. The second thing I want to do is I want to give a special recognition to our teachers and classified staff who are here today. Thank you, Natalie, for being here, Mr. Galante, Nancy. We've been through a lot together. And I can tell you, I've seen that I've been there when we had those dark times. And the promise that I make to you, Bettina, if you're still around, we're not going to go back to those dark times. We're going to stand and we're going to win. So we're not going to go back to those dark times. So on that note, I do want to talk about a couple of things that are on the agenda today. The first thing that's very important is the naming of the facilities process, just because I know that there's a lot of past teachers and past, you know, leaders in the district that I know that there's committees and people that want to name certain things for teachers. The one I've heard the most is Mr. Gamboa. and to name the soccer field Sims for Mr. Gamboa. And that's something where I've heard of some various members who want and feel that recognition to Mr. Gamboa for the soccer field is something that we should strive towards. So I'm glad to learn about the process, and that's something I'm looking forward to on the agenda today. The second thing is, I got a call from trustee Marty Emerald from Sweetwater, and she's been working with South Bay Union School District to provide free ice screenings to all the kids that need it in every school at South Bay Union School District. So what she did, she gave me a call. She said, Antonio, I don't know if you do this in San Ysidro or what the opportunity is for us to do this, but the truth is, let's partner and let's see what we can do. Moreover, there's a nonprofit that she's also collaborating with that would provide the glasses, the eyeglasses to those students after the free screening. And I know that we've done something like that before with the lines, something with the lines, right? Lines optometry. But she mentioned, at least Marty mentioned to me, that the amount of students at South Bay Union School District that needed glasses that didn't have them was significant. And the truth is that we talk about how to provide quality education for our kids. One thing we often don't think about is having seen, or having seen an optometrist, do they have the appropriate prescription for their eyeglasses? Or do they need eyeglasses? And obviously, knowing that our kids there's some that might need it. So let's see how we can do to partner with her. I know that she's working with, again, some nonprofits she wants to work with the district on. So I really would hope, Dr. Potter, we can set that meeting up and get something rolling, and maybe we can give our kids free eyeglasses and get them some new eyeglasses. The last thing I want to talk about is, I know that we do have 2 new board members. We have upcoming construction projects that presentations on before, but I don't know if we've had that, an update. And I know we're having a board workshop, so I'm hoping we can provide our 2 new members with an update on what's happening, and more importantly, a timeline of those projects that are coming up. The one in particular that I'm watching, 2 in particular, is the Sims modernization, and then the Buyer Center, Community Center. And then the last thing, I know we did pass 3 new bonds this election cycle, and we do have a project laboring agreement that's in place right now. I'm hoping we can expand that to the 3 new bonds that we have, and hopefully we can have that process and we can invite our union folks to also participate in that process. And that's it. I just want to say welcome everyone. Happy New Year. I know we did have a special board meeting, but the first one, formal board meeting for the new year. Hope everyone have a happy holiday season, and let's keep going. That's it.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Bandy, thank you for hosting us. I'm not sure if Irene is here, Ms. Ceballos. We would thank her for coming and for recognizing her staff, Mr. Burciaga. Of course, we can't forget La Abuelita. Her spirit is always there. Those of us who knew her, she will always live in our hearts. And I'm forever grateful that this cafeteria was named after one of the greatest abuelitas in this community. So La Abuelita, gracias. I want to say that our visit to BM, not only does it have $1 million view, millions, it is an amazing school, and it was really great to visit all the teachers, and we look forward as we continue to visit our the other school sites. A lot of hardworking staff, so we thank BTM for that opportunity. I also want to thank Alice La Torre. Your friendship with Grace Kojima, who was our superintendent in the late 90s, early 2000s. Your 60-year friendship with her. You were the assistant superintendent of HR. We worked with you for many years, and to be able to have the community recognize your legacy and rename the street going up to San Ysidro Middle School and the district office last week was just perfect. And I know that the family really appreciates it, so I thank all of you women's club who was very essential in organizing that beautiful event, well deserved. And long live the legacy of Grace Kojima and Alice. You two is together. You also are a great legacy for our district. Thank you. And I want to take a moment because there are a lot of teachers here and the classified staff and the administrators. It takes a lot of people to run an effective, high quality district. Ours is, and I know people will say I'm biased because I was a teacher here for 40 years. But what I have seen, the dedication in this district is phenomenal. People who work here truly love this community. And we bend over for that. And even though sometimes there may be complaints, nobody is perfect and there is a lot of room to grow. And there are the right people to take your concerns to. Call it chain of command. And it works. And it works in a much more peaceful manner. I thank every teacher sitting here and all your colleagues for hard work day in and day out. And you live an incredible experience being a teacher because you have those one-on-one connections with those children who look up to you and are very happy that they have a place to come to every day. When I see students leaving school, you see a happy face. And yes, sometimes kids will cry because they fail, maybe they're still hungry, or there's too much homework, or there's a test tomorrow. The stress is there for everybody, adults and students as well. But it's very important to not forget that the important reason why everybody in this room is here is for them. They are our treasures, and we care about our kids. And if there is a concern, there's a chain of command. And you need to follow that chain of command so that we can find ways to resolve those concerns that are very, very valid. As a board member, being reconnected and continue being connected to this community, I just want to thank all of you. It takes every single person here and everybody else. They're watching us online, YouTube, and they're all your colleagues who are at home getting ready for tomorrow, one more day. And I know that there's been a lot of concerns recently, and the world isn't what it used to be. But we need to stay focused and we need to make sure our children feel safe. And I feel very proud of our district and our board for adopting a resolution that gives our children that promise and commitment, and to our parents that we are going to provide a safe haven. And I will feel more than proud to share that with you. I also want to recognize a very important month. Black History Month is very important. It is very important that our children know that there are many cultures, and that's what makes America, America. A people of many, many, many races. And we all have so much to contribute and give. And it used to be one of my favorite months, but not that month. Every day we must recognize each other and what we have to offer. But I think about Martin Luther King, and he must be turning over in his grave right now with where the world is today and where it's going in the next few years. He was a great leader and example. He's working through concerns, through the racism that was lived at those times and still is today, through the power of peace and words, and helping each other and supporting each other, finding ways not to put each other down. So we need to recognize the importance of Black History Month. And I'd like to also congratulate Mr. Madera. When I visit our schools, I won't stay the longest in our special ed class because it takes an incredible human being to be able to work all the challenges the child may feel or have. and really truly know how to support the children of our community. So I thank all three of you for your leadership. Mr. Ramos, you're in the back, but you have a big impact on our schools. Veronica, all the principals. We couldn't do it without you and all the administrators here. And these three individuals here, you make life move forward all the time in San Ysidro. We thank you. And I don't want to close without thanking our board members, our team, and Dr. Potter. And Grace knows that she was here for many, many years, and you know, the turnover on superintendents was a joke. Yeah, we had many, many, probably more than 25 since I started here. 7 years. Let's give her a big hand. Number 24250029, recognizing San Ysidro School District as safe haven. Whereas the San Ysidro School District wholeheartedly embraces its commitment to providing safe, stable, nurturing, and welcoming environments for all students and staff. And whereas the San Ysidro School District Governing Board is committed to the success, safety, and emotional well-being of all students. And whereas the United States of America was built by diverse people. Whereas the United States Supreme Court has long guaranteed that all children have a right to a free public education, regardless of immigrant status. Whereas according to data gathered by the Urban Institute, approximately half of California students are members of immigrant families in which one or more parents are immigrants. And whereas every student in California has the right to attend public school in the state free from discrimination, harassment, violence, intimidation, and bullying. Whereas education has played a critical role in developing and supporting diverse populations of students by promoting equity, equality, and diversity. Whereas both the County of San Diego and the San Ysidro School District are located within one of the most ethnically diverse regions within the state of California. And whereas the San Ysidro School District celebrates the diversity of our students, staff, families, community. And whereas recent changes at the federal level may cause fear, uncertainty, confusion, sadness, anxiety, or other emotional characteristics of distress. And whereas the San Ysidro School District is committed to ensuring all students have access to a safe, high-quality, caring, supportive, joyful educational environment. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the San Ysidro School District Governing Board directs the superintendent to support the creation of a safe haven school district, and the status shall include welcoming all students, staff, and their families by valuing their diverse backgrounds, regardless of their immigration status, providing resources, training, and support for the district students, staff, families on topics including immigration rights and various legal statuses, relevant federal, state, and local policy, relevant district protocols, and promoting the health and well-being of impacted students, staff, and families. Adhering to AB 699, the California Attorney General's Office guidance, which helps promote a safe learning environment for all students, and which provides protocols for school officials and families in response to potential immigration enforcement. Adhering to AB 699, 2017, which indicates that schools are not to collect information about families' immigration status unless required by law. In compliance with California Ed Code 32212 and 3516 which allows a local education agency to limit the class of interruption. limit access to school sites, and questioning the students for immigration enforcement. And our safe haven resolution will be available and posted on our conference. I am proud of our governing team and our community for taking a huge step to protect our children. They are the most important gift we have every single day. And Dr. Potter.
Well, gosh, it's a hard act to follow. He's my goodness, for president. Give them a final round of applause. And I'd like to shout out and thank you to our Sunset Lions and to Mr. Bandy. Thank you so much for hosting us. We really appreciate it. And Felicidades down there. Thank you, Mr. Madera. Oh my gosh, you just won director, let's see what, administrator of the year, director of special education across 2 whole counties, San Diego County and Imperial County. That's, I think, maybe about 60 districts. Give them a huge round of applause. And then a second round of applause to his mighty special education team because they kept the secret and surprised me. I'm also going to do a shout out to a team that is not here tonight, but maybe they'll watch to see that we're so grateful to our child nutrition team. And the reason we're so grateful is because they increased breakfast service by 129%. They are serving 216,000 breakfasts to date. And lunches, so far, they've served 723,000 lunches. Our partners with the County of San Diego supervisors, we're so grateful. They continue to donate little libraries to our school, and the last little library went to Vista Del Mar Middle School. So thank you to the county. And then we also thank the Scripps Howard Foundation and KGTV for donating books to all of our students at Smythe Elementary School, 5 books per student. So special thank you to both of those organizations for their dedication. Their own employees put aside money every single month from their paycheck to buy the book for our students at Smythe. So they can't see it, but give them a clap. You know, the school finance and the state budget, it's a whole lot of numbers and not a lot of fun. So I ask people, can you come to the governor's state budget workshop? America's so excited, our CBO, she loves it. So I just want to do a shout out to those who took the trip to listen to the state budget and learn about it and how it impacts our school district's budget. So shout out to not only Marilyn and her business team, that's the first shout out. Our board president, Senator Rosario, this is 110 pages of budget. And our SYDA president, Katina De Leon. Well, she took notes. And then our new CSDA president also made the trip to listen to the state budget, and that was Bija. Boy, we have a legend in the room with Alice De La Torre. And so such a debt of gratitude to you for many decades of service to our school district as an educator, now as a volunteer. as a mighty hero for children for many, many years. Just want to say thank you for recognizing and doing that heavy lifting in partnership with the city so that our very own Superintendent Grace Kojima could have a street named after her. I know that was you who did that, made that happen. We just want to say thank you. I mean, everything from recognizing Grace and her entire beautiful family and all they've done in our school district and, you know, events that have gone on for years, 24 years of the Teddy Bear for Kids event. And you're really right there side by side with Mrs. Kojima doing that and also side by side with her for this endowment that's growing to almost $500,000 that will forevermore, in what you say, in perpetuity. I've been listening to the very hard words you say, in perpetuity, to give scholarships to our 8th grade students in San Ysidro and to our seniors in high school. So thank you, Alice. A big clap. So exciting to hear about 6th grade camp from our new board member, Ms. Peraza and her son. They got to go to 6th grade camp, both La Mirada and also Vista Del Mar Middle School. We've got the 2 principals, I think, in the house who helped make that happen. Ms. Laura English in the back there. Yeah. And I think Ellen Tamayo. Okay, we'll clap for her. I remember going to 6th grade camp. See here, Camp Cuyamarata. I painted a rock, extended Ysidro tree. Oh boy, I slept. It was freezing cold in the box. Anyway, just want to say thank you so much for camp. And then speaking of our 2 new board members, a shout out to them because over the last 2 months, they've had to go to many trainings with me and with our board president and Mr. Sanchez, and they're really good students. And their binders are super thick, so thank you for all the trainings and just, you know, your willingness to learn all of the state policies. I mean, the education code in California, you know, the book is this big. I'm not exaggerating. And all of our board policies and our protocols. I just want to say, you know, thank you for diving in, for learning about our district, so that we can together be a united governance team. Just thank you. Vista Del Mar Middle School had a Winter Wonderland Festival, super cool. They even shipped in real snow. So super cool for our students. And then I'll end by applauding our governing board for something that's close to my heart, which is the Safe Haven School Board Resolution. I want to thank each of you for having the courage to have a voice for our students and for our immigrant students and families. My own family comes from 4 countries, and we speak many languages. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for protecting our students and their families in our community. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I want to break down.
Now we will go to number 12, conference session, reports and presentations. 12.1, the naming of facilities process will be presented by our Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Leadership, School Support, and Safety, Dr. Jose Jimenez.
Good evening, members of the board. I can just get this microphone to hold. So, can we get this slide to me? Thank you. Thank you. So we come to the board tonight with the context that we are in the middle of construction, as was mentioned, and with that, we wanted to bring to the board's attention and to the public that we do have a board policy specifically for, yeah, we're opening up the slide, my apologies. Thank you. So specifically, board policy 7310A. I'm not going to read the entire policy, but some of the highlights, just for members of the public and the board, is that the board does in fact policy have the right to name a district facility. The board policy also mentions that the board encourages community participation in the process of selecting the names. And another portion of that policy is that a citizens advisory committee may be appointed by the board to review name suggestions and submit recommendations for the board's consideration. So we wanted to point out that as we are building the fire facility, and in particular the boardroom, as well as the modernization of SIMS, which includes the soccer field, we wanted to bring to the board's attention a potential timeline for the board's policy. So with that, as I bring up this next slide, for those watching at home and board, I want to point out that this was supposed to be presented in January, so apologies that it's off by about a month. But the point here is tonight we're doing the presentation / overview. The idea would then be that at the next board meeting, that we would bring to an action item to recommend appointment to the Citizen Advisory Facility Naming Committee. So we would have names that we would recommend to be appointed to, if the board wants to, various naming committees. So we're not talking about one for all of the facilities, but rather different committees for each of the facilities. So for example, if we're talking about SIMS, there would be a committee, maybe if the board wanted to, some students, some staff, some parents, and maybe any other composition the board would want to consider the potential renaming of SIMS. And I do want to say to members of the public, we do recognize that the name SIMS in and of itself, a lot of people are attached to it. It's near and dear to those especially who attended SIMS. But the reality is that over the last 10 or so years, we've been in a steady decline. And so for a lot of districts, there is a strategy to help reinvigorate that attendance, and that is by rebranding. And part of that rebranding is renaming in the hopes that that would reinvigorate attendance. And so we would bring that as well as the potential for another naming committee composition, for example, buyer. And maybe within buyer, also the board. Then going back to SIMS, it could be potentially SIMS and then separate from that, the soccer field. So the idea would be that we would work our way into April, but that would now be April, May, where we would have a public hearing during which the board can take, recognize, and discuss the recommendations of the citizens for renaming. Then finally, at some point, at the meeting after that, there would be an action item to actually recommend the final name, if in fact that is what the board would like to do. But what we wanted more than anything from the board is guidance, suggestions about how you feel maybe if the timing is right as it coincides with modernization construction. I would recommend that the board do that only because I keep getting Mr. Bohorn who keeps asking me to rename SIMS to his name. So I'm trying to beat him to that. So. So with that, we are all ears.
Great, thank you for that presentation. I think that's spot on in terms of the guidance, at least from my opinion. If we make the committee too big, then it becomes convoluted. And I think a good size should be 5 to 7 individuals. Moreover, the composition should include obviously one from our teacher union, one from our classifying union, an administrator, a parent, and a community member. and then maybe a board member, and then another community member or another parent. But ultimately, 5 to 7 individuals at most per committee. I also feel that it's important to have town hall or at least something that, whether it's a community survey or something that we allow parents to get involved in if they want to. Just because I just know that once the committee comes to the decision, there's gonna be some people that are not gonna like it. Whatever the name is, it could be anything. I just know that, at least from our end, before we get to that point, we do as much outreach as possible. And we provide everyone the opportunity to have input on the name change, if we do name changes at all. And then obviously for smaller pieces of land, like for example, the Jogamboa soccer field at Sims, that could be something also done by committee too. But I think when it comes down to, if you're talking about school renaming, I think each site, whether it's Bayer or Sims, should have their own committee, for sure. And they should be different people.
So, if I may, point of clarification for one suggestion, if I may. You did mention specifically a town hall meeting, and I just wanted to clarify, would that be in addition to a hearing where the board would hear feedback and comment? We can certainly do that, but I just.
That's it. Clarification would be whether that's the only action item, because I know a lot of people that they might have input on that, but they don't want to stay for the entire board.
Sure.
So if we have something that's, whether it's a special board meeting or something just that, in and of itself, I think that would be good.
Special, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then also student as well. And I'm gonna say, I think I'm gonna that.
Or maybe even alumni.
Yeah.
Oh.
Student would be good, especially if it's in the middle school. Ooh, that'd be great.
Right.
And that's all for those are my.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did want to echo the sentiment of, the town hall from my perspective. It's always important to hear the community's input before we make a decision for the community. And so I did really want to echo that. Yeah, most important.
Got it.
Well, if I can say, I agree. It should be the decision of the community and not entirely us. But I do have one question, of what will happen to past records and online information under the old name. How will students and parents, or administrators will go back to a website and look for specific name because this will create confusion.
So, thank you for asking, because you're right, some people may wonder. But there is a way in which we could, with the state, there is a state registry, where you can look that up. But as far as, keeping the names, we would definitely keep the names. We would grandfather them in if you want to look at it that way. And then if and when the board changes the name from that point forward, any documentation is your school name. But we would, and I'm not going to tell you that I know precisely we're going to do that right now. We'll definitely make it known that we are changing the name so that if anybody has graduated a decade, 2 decades ago, wanted to come back and request certain documents, we would make that known. So let me research that one and I can certainly get back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Renigan. So the state of California requires a CDS code. CDS code will remain the same and that tracks all name change.
Yes. And that's the registry that I was referencing. Still, we want to make it as easy as possible. So, absolutely. All right, seeing no other suggestions or feedback, thank you very much. And we'll bring something back to the board schedule here at next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. 12.2, mid-year local control accountability plan, the LCAP update is presented by our coordinator of federal and state programs and language.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Board member, President Rosa, Vice President Martinez, Dr. Flores, and our board members, Mr. Arias and Ms. Terraza, and Dr. Potter. Good evening. It's been a long evening. I'm tired. I know they don't need introduction, but I'll let them introduce themselves. To my, where's it, my left? Yes, my left.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Potter, distinguished guests. My name is Manuel Jorge, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and People Services. And Dr. Eating, it is an honor to work with here every day. Thank you.
Every day.
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Rosario, members of the board, Dr. and community. I'm the Chief Business Official, Marilyn Adrianson.
So last year was our first year that we presented the mid-year LCAP update. And from here on out, we are required by the state of California to present a mid-year update along with the annual update. So our first, oh, do I get to manipulate it? Okay. It's my, okay. Wait, stop it. So like I said, we have to report by annually before February 28th. We have to present on the annual update for the LCAP, a report on the LCFF budget overview, all available mid-year outcome data, and mid-year expenditures and implementation data. So what is the LCAP? Those of you that have been in this district for a while, we call it the LCAP Roadshow, and we go around all schools and to all the community forums, the DLACs, our DPACs, our coffee with the principal, and we talk about this LCAP. The LCAP is a local control accountability plan, and it is a tool for all our local educational agencies to set a district level plan that describes the goals, the plan actions, the services, and the leverage resources to meet those goals. So it is written to improve and support positive student outcomes. It is our district's opportunity to share stories, and we do share our stories every chance we get. What our stories of how, what, and why programs and services are selected to meet their local needs. And I'm passing the mic to Ms. Adrianson.
Thank you.
And I'm flipping the, yay, there.
So this slide represents the update of the budget overview for parents, which is included in your LCAP. It represents the total general fund projected revenue. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you can see that from adopted budget to the first interim report, the numbers have changed. Total projected revenue of 78.7 million at adopted budget to 82.6 million for the first interim report. We did experience a slight increase in our LCFF, our local control funding formula, which is our primary funding source in the general fund, and all the other resources increased due to carryover budget.
Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. So we dive right into our goal number one, which is our student achievement. Sorry, I can't see. I forget that I can't see. So elevating student successes through evidence-based educational strategies. This is where we accelerate learning. We look at our English proficiencies, our English learners, using our multilingual language learner master plan. We try to mirror to our LCAP, not try, we have to mirror to our LCAP. Academic outcomes, our universal access, and annual progress.
Looking at the academic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Academic California dashboard. It's very important to take into account how they measure school, the report card. So what you see in that slide is basically two ways of measuring. One, the color, the rainbow color that you see there, the needle. And that makes reference to the past year. And then you see the maintenance, for example, nearly was 0.6 point, or the maintenance of 1.8 points, or a decline. So that gives you a reference to also as to what's happening from one year to another. But it doesn't tell you the whole story. It just gives you a brief picture of all the data that comes in with the California dashboard. So we're going to the next graph. So some of the highlights from last year, that La Mirada increased by 27.6 points, with the average of 3 to 5 points. La Mirada got out of CSI in a single year. Congratulations.
Yes, yes.
Also, Reveal and BDM are in that rainbow in the green field. They continue to have gains of 3.8 points and 7 points. Congratulations to Ocean Hills and BDM. When we look at that, La Mirada again, 17.5 points increase was expected from the state straight to 5 points. Ocean Hills, 5.9 points increase, and BDM 15.1 points increase. Congratulations. And then we have one school that also came out of a state program improvement, it's Mike Elementary. And then we have the English language program improvement. Here it's very important to understand that we were recognized with the Golden Bell Award for reclassification by the state. But nonetheless, if we look at the paragraph.
Yes, sir.
If we look at the paragraph where we have a decline in enrollment, but a decline in improvement 10.2%. And we're in red. If we look at the state English language program improvement, the rate is 45%.
Yes, sir.
San Ysidro School District as a whole is 42.9. Now that's very significant because when the district reclassified to the point of getting a Golden Bell Award, we're specifically transferring those students, those English learners, are no longer classified as English learner students. And we still maintain a high improvement rate. Ocean Hills, 56.1 on top of the state, 45.8 increase, and La Mirada at 43.6. I'm very proud to say that there's a lot of work and dedication that takes place, not only to reclassify so many students, but to maintain the improvement rate. Now, of course not. We work every day to improve and to keep growing. Pass it on to Ms. Rodriguez.
So this is just some local data that we have here. Our district, we have benchmarks, and we all students take the same benchmark across the district, so we can see how they're doing in our California standards. So all kinder through second grade last year for units 1 and 2, because remember this mid-year review was last year around this time as well. So we only have unit 1 and 2 data right now. So we want to compare it to actual data. So we were at 62% for all kinder through second grade in ELA. And right now, units 1 and 2 were at 57%. So we dipped a little bit, but we still have 2 more units. We have 4 units that we assess students all year. English learners are 56%. And last year and this year, they're at 51%. Students with disabilities are at 55%. And right now we're at 44%. Kinder through second grade. So all students 3rd through 8th grade, we are at 55% last year. We're 51% this year for units 1 and 2 only. Our English learners are 36% around this time last year, 33% right now. Our students with disabilities were at 40% last year and are at 29% right now. One more time, this is just a snapshot. We do have 2 more unit assessments to support our students, and hopefully we can reach our goal. We do the same thing for math. We have math benchmarks across the district. We all kinder through eighth grade take the same test. Last year around this time, we were all kinder through second grade in math, we're at 80%. This year, units 1 and 2 were at 75%. English learners were at 76% last year, and this year they are at 73%. Students with disabilities were at 76%, and this year they are at 66%. One more time, this is only unit 1 and 2, we still need units 3 and 4. Students that are third grade through eighth grade, 41% last year, 61% this year, so we see an increase of 10%. Our English learners were at 34%, 30%, just a dip of 1%. Our students with disabilities were at 30% last year and are at 29% this year. So remember, our students third grade through eighth grade take the state assessment. So we try to mirror the types of questions so that our students have access to types of questions. And our students third through eighth grade, they're holding their own. So we're very proud of them. So thank you. Thank you to all our teachers. Wait, so our next one deals with money, so I'll give it over to her.
So every goal and action is tied to a budget. In our presentation, we pulled out specific actions for each goal. For example, goal 1, we have curriculum, instruction, and data-driven systems. We are on target, so we estimated 38.8 million. We're about 38 million, and this includes primarily the entire staff, certificated, classified, and administrators. So that's for. The next one is small group instruction support. At budget, they were at 2.7. We're currently running at 2.9, so it's a little bit higher. And this is all of our instructional aids through special ed, Title I instructional aids, so all of our support in the classroom through instructional aids. The next one is curriculum instruction and data-driven systems, dual language and SEI support. About 4.5 at budget, adopted budget, we're running close to 4.5. And this is our dual language program. So it's running us about $4.5 million.
Thank you, Ms. Marilyn. So we're moving on to our goal number 2. Let's see. Goal number 2 deals with school culture, climate, and student well-being. We make sure that we listen to our students, that they are thriving not only in the classroom, but also in their community, that they're safe environments, they're welcome environments, and that their social and emotional stability is taken care of. Sorry, I can't. Clicking. Too many responsibilities.
So in this goal, we have to measure the substantial rate in the chronic absenteeism. And again, when we look at the graph, we look at the dashboard, you see there for suspension rate of 3.1%. Our state is at 3.2%. Maintain at 0.1%. Basically, we have our numbers. And this is taking into account over 4,500 over 180 days this school year. Okay, and then the chronic absenteeism is an area that has really affected since the COVID pandemic. But we continue to make gains, which you're going to be able to observe in the following graph. So looking at chronic absenteeism, what you see is that we are projected to see a decline, continued decline in chronic absenteeism. In particular, the biggest decline as of December 2024, from the task force of the 23-24 school year. SMITE has so far chronic absenteeism by 13%. Congratulations to SMITE. La Mirada has declined at almost 12%. Okay. And then we have the other schools, 4, 5, 7, 8%. In a period of time in our school year where my experience as an educator has shown that December January are the months with the lowest, due to the winter, to the rain, the cold. So I can project that we're in a good position to continue to see a decline in statistics from our schools. In the area of suspension, the state is at 3.2% suspension, and the school district as a whole is at 3.1%. The numbers of the last year, we had 140 students. This year, the end of December, we only have 40 suspensions. If you look at the area, the schools in green, you're gonna see that the percentage rate of suspension is lower than the state. In some of them, very significantly. In particular, La Mirada, 0%. Congratulations, Miss English. Amazing. We have Ocean View Hills, 0.6%. So last year, we only had 6 students that were suspended, unfortunately. This year, we only have 2 so far. But one of the biggest changes so far, and I want to congratulate Ms. Ruiz at San Ysidro Middle School. Last year, records at the CAP, it was 82 suspensions. This year, we only have 14. And now, so another great work is happening. Again, we don't want to see students suspended, but looking at those rates over a population of students, of almost 5,000 students, over 188 days a year is tremendous. Because we are a reflection of our community. Our schools are small San Ysidros. And we have challenges, and our kids need help and support. We're there to provide. For me, these numbers represent a great commitment by our teachers, by our administrators, to support us. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan, I do have a question on this later, probably.
Are you sure? Okay.
We can start.
So every year we send out California Healthy Kids Survey, and our students, teachers, and parents. So parents, when you receive your California Healthy Kids Survey, please support us by filling out that information, because we do use that information to make sure that we provide that safe environment for not only your child, but for everyone's child or children. I'm sorry. So school climate, engagement, and safety for students, social, emotional, and health. We have 24% said they felt distress at school. 36% talked about chronic sadness and hopelessness. We had 68% that knew how to self-efficacy, self-awareness, 65%, knew how to problem solve, 48%, or optimistic, 56%, can't speak, 56%, and had showed gratitude, 68%. Our school engagement, school connectedness, 70% of our students felt connected to school. 22.5% say they were absent monthly. 68% of our students said that they had caring adult relationships, and 60% of our students felt that their facilities were upkept. Our school safety, perceived safety, 15%, harassed or bullying, 40%, rumors or lies, 45%. These are from our students. From our staff, 90% of our staff feel that they have caring relationships with other staff members and with students. 82% of them feel that they have great student participation. 96% feel they have high expectations. They have 89% facility upkeep. Student success belief, 92%. So the teachers believe that students can be successful. Staff safety, 75%. Student safety, 78%. Safe campus resources, 79%. Substance use, 8%. Vaping, 13%. Student depression, 24%. This was from our staff. These were from, the next one is from our parents. And we had 452 parents take the survey. Out of 452 parents, They felt that they were focused on parent involvement. 85% felt that they were engaged with schools and felt welcome. 89% felt that the upkeep and cleanliness of the school facilities were good. 88% felt that the measures of school safety, the perception of safety in school, and 14% addresses the issues of substance abuse and bullying in school. 14% felt that they were being addressed. Our next metric is student attendance. Richard. Okay.
So when we talk about the student attendance, if the students are not here, how can they might review something that they haven't already? But we need them to be in school. With the COVID pandemic, it hit us tremendously in the attendance of schools. And we have been showing continued gains year to year, to the point where now we are getting all our schools above the 90% or low 90%. Shout out to Ocean View Hills, being at 94.08%. And Vista del Mar, 94.7%. And our district, it broke the 90% mark, 92.54. And this is just a tendency of continued improvement. Very important in the support from our parents, to get our students to. There's a lot of challenges, a lot of things that come into play about school attendance. We try to do our part, our parents too, and it's just working together. It will make these numbers continue to grow. Dr. Park. Sunset 93.54% as well.
Yes. They're all good numbers, Dr. Potter. They're all good numbers.
Passing out to our leaders then.
So through our student well-being, making sure that our students feel safe and heard during the school day, we implemented a universal screener. And at first it was only once a year, and then we decided that's not enough data to make sure that we're meeting all our students' needs. So we do a winter, a fall, and a fall, winter, and then I'm getting my seasons mixed up, a fall, winter, and spring screening. And last year, our students we had 4% of our students in the tier 3, which is at high risk, and they were a total of 89 students. And we had 24% in tier 2, which is in the middle, some risk, not high risk, but some risk. And then we had tier 1 at 72% at low risk. Did I not change it? Sorry. So last year we had 1,575 students take this universal screener. So right now we only have fall data. So according to the data that we have right now and comparing it to last year, we increased a couple of students that we now have 1,966 students that have taken this universal screener, but we still maintain at 73%. So that's, we actually went up from 72 to 73, and the goal for us to have is 80% in tier 1. That means that we only have the 10% in the other 2 tiers. So that is our goal, and slowly but surely we're getting there. We're getting there. And if you're asking what grade levels, we usually do 3rd grade and up. We tried some 2nd graders to take the test, but it is kinder and first, it's hard to administer. But we do have some 2nd graders that do take the test as well. Right? 2nd grade? Yeah. And then our tier 2 of our some risk, and it's 24% as well. We have 594 students right now. And then our tier 3 went down to 3%, and we only have 82 students at that tier right now. So that is actual data.
Money. Money. So for goal 2, we pulled out the following action items. The attendance initiative support, it's a 3-year program. We budgeted at about $1.5 million. And for the first year, $650,000. for the initiative. We have mental health supports, 375,000 at adopted budget, and we were at 376,000 at first interim. The multi-tiered systems of support, roughly just a little bit under 900,000 at adopted budget. We are about $1 million. And this is the MTSS program that is implemented in the classroom. And it's roughly about 15 minutes per day, more or less. And then the universal screener support, 50,000, and we are estimated at 50,000 for that program.
Thank you, Ms. Marilyn. Now we're moving on to our third goal and final goal is our parent engagement. We're enhancing educational outcomes through parent engagement. We want to make sure our parents are involved, they are satisfied, they are supportive of school environments. They talk about our student success and they are welcoming in an inclusive community. So the things that we are doing right now that last year was our baseline. This was a new LCAP. So last year was our baseline and we talked about 3 school events, which have military family fair, resource fair, our McKinney-Vento school resource fair and our STEM fair. And we had elementary and middle school parent attendance and back to school night and open house. So we want to make sure that we monitor that. So we are constantly increasing the numbers of parents that are coming to our events. So our desired outcome is that by the end of this LCAP cycle, we will increase the number of school community events and we will increase the number of parents attending our parent events by 10%. So as of right now, we had our first McKinney-Vento school resource fair, and I do apologize, I didn't have an exact number of how many parents attended that fair, but I will get that for you. We are working on the STEM fair for this year and our military resource fair. We have, we already had our back to school night. We had 100 parents at La Mirada, 351 at Smythe, 286 at Sunset, 463 at Ocean View Hills, and 297 at Willow. And right now we are still planning, and at the middle school, we had 350 and VDM 370. And we're in the process of planning our open houses. They are at the end of this, actually, some of them already happened and most of them are in November. I think we have one in March. So that is what we are hoping for this school year. And back to Minnie.
So for LCAP goal number 3, the actions we pulled out, the parent learning opportunities, learn about the educational system. So we estimate at first interim $100,000. And this is to encourage parents to attend parent conferences such as CABE and other different district conferences. And then we have parent and community support estimated at $170,000 and the translation support estimated at $309,400.
Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. And like I said, we are about to launch our 25-26 LCAP development and our LCAP roadshow. We go out to all the schools and do their coffees with the principals, speak to their staff, and we collect information about last year's. Sorry, there was a 0 missing there. Last year's LCAP and to create next year's LCAP. So we get that feedback during the DPAC, DLAC meetings, our DBAC meetings, school site councils, ELAC meetings, our coffees with the principal, district-wide surveys that go out every year, our staff meetings, student listening circles, our empathy interviews, which gives us street data. And I forgot to include here our SELPA. Our local SELPA also gets to look at our LCAP and give us feedback. I forgot to include that, so I do apologize. And the LCAP will be presented in a public hearing at our first regular board meeting in June and will be adopted at the second board meeting in June. In closing, this LCAP brings together the community efforts in educational excellence from our students, our employees, and our parents. Thank you very much. Any questions?
But the improvements in chronic absenteeism, particularly in Smiley Mandala, what were the practices that helped improve that? Because ultimately, if that's something that we have set in place, then maybe we can emulate that in other schools. Just because the truth is, a lot of the issues that our kids deal with, other kids, say, San Diego Unified in the wealthy areas, East Lake, Chula Vista Elementary School District, a lot of them, they don't have to face the same things our kids have to face. So, when you talk about chronic absenteeism and a child that's transitionally homeless, that doesn't know where they're gonna put their head at night and sleep. We can't, obviously, it's difficult to challenge based on the social circumstances. So, given that, I mean, what practices are being used by, I know Mrs. English, you're here today, but congratulations.
I was gonna ask her to come up and talk to,
Sure.
because she has amazing things happening at La Mirada, and
that we make it fun for people to see. And we really have our assessment tonight.
Love it.
And the kids love it. We do we have our medal for our state test. It'll be around the year of October.
Love it.
So it'll be wearing our medal
Love it.
during assessment time. So again, it's a community, not a school. That's how we treat it. And that's how the children see it.
and kindness is their superpower, so I love that. Yeah.
That's
Yes.
great. Yeah.
There's a lot of home visits.
Got it.
They follow every day on phone calls, the kids do not attend, that's one of the responsibilities, that they phone calls at home, we send out letters. And they conduct SART meetings, which is for student attendance meetings of parents, and that's how they get to support them. It's not like, here's your wire job, it's what can you do to support youth?
And I do want to shout out one activity that happens at Smythe that I haven't seen happen anywhere. Well, maybe it does, but I haven't seen it. They have dragon buddies. So they have the older students go down to the younger students and they shadow them or they help them. They'll go during recess time and read to them. I mean, it's a great program that they have implemented there at Smythe.
Prioritize mental, social work, which Dragon Bite was run by one of the social workers that initiated. That includes also
Beautiful. I love it.
I love it too. And I think it's a great idea. When they come back from vacation, they don't have to take their pajamas. They can come on in pajamas, come in who you are, and you're validating that what's important is their brain and their physical attendance back to school. So I think that is great. Plus, teachers, I've seen you all also come in the most comfortable clothes. The kids really love that. Right, Natasha?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, all spirit days are great. Like, I know all the schools will have the spirit days, so congratulations.
Okay, I think that the social worker at Mirada, and your OC, people that do all the work going out within the school, it takes time, I know that administrators can't be visiting making homes. We have a nurse or a helper. They can't be doing even the school to go visit moms. I think these people that have a position, I don't know, we talked about it. They're not required to have an outreach consultant. But what will we do without an outreach consultant? They make home visits, they talk to parents, try to get them involved in the school programs, try to help kids. They're always there for them. And I think that's really important. But also, as a community, because they know our community, they know the family. And I know that Veronica, she makes them know that the job is to do it. If you have any questions, come back to her and let her know. She calls different resources to come and have. And I think that's even better. mean, it's a communication line, working together to help the school and that work. Maybe that's what the rest of the school need to do also. The outreach consultant, know what the responsibility, they don't go out and need that help to our kids. I think that's really important. So I want to commend La Mirada for that. I saw it working. And I hate to see at the time there was, nobody at Smile doing it. When my granddaughter was there. It was kind of hard. And when I saw the difference at La Mirada, I mean, you know, the whistleblower, watching the parents, kids, talking with them, that's the thing I think we need at each school. They have that communication with their kids, with parents. That's what brings the needs of that family to the school side, and then from there it comes to the district level. They get back. I know it takes time and it's a lot of work. I think that's what's paid off these results. And we need to continue doing that. It's very important. It's in the future of this country. Our kids need it. And I mean that I saw it with my own eyes when I would go visit, I'm not going to say the school, but I saw how one psychologist had so many kids there in line and waiting just to come by. And she would say, would you wait? I said, yeah. Okay, I wait. And that kid only came for her to hug him, to say good morning.
Right.
That's all he needed. And then she said, you can come back later, okay? Okay. Or just to come in, and I think a lot of us know, I don't know, because this is my community. A lot of you people don't know. A lot of the people that bring their kids across the border, they're US citizens. They don't live here because they can't afford the rent. So they come at 4 or 5 in the morning across the border to bring their kids to our 66 program. Another program that really supported our kids. And if it wasn't for them, these kids would not be able to have breakfast the way they should. And at the same time, you need to understand that these kids don't sleep that way. When they come across the border, they're up at 4 or 5 in the morning in the car, they're dropped off at the school, and you want them to have high test scores. How can they when they're hungry and they're sleepy, they're tired, and it's the same routine every morning? And I think that that's where we need, well, I know there's no the money, but that's why I think we should work psychologists and social workers at each elementary. And I know it's hard, I know very, very hard, I want to thank you for that. Some of these we have right now. But I know it's going to be hard for next year or for this year to get one more full position. Very desperately at people. There's a need for it. Our kids need help mentally and physically. I've been doing it and working on it.
It's really funny because I live right by La Mirada. So I drive by Mike and La Mirada every day. And I see the bulletin board. I noticed that on Friday, that's when you have the spirit days. Because obviously the kids leave early. But I have to tell you, one of the days I had a hard day at work. I was driving and I see that there's a Pokemon anime day. I'm like, I want to go to school because honestly, that was like to the point where I'm like, oh man, the kids are having fun. I just want to congratulate you, Mrs. English, and everyone in your team for the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
And I want to add one more thing. These two schools have one thing in common besides they're down the street from each other. They have brand new, thanks to the taxpayers, brand new beautiful playgrounds. What kid wouldn't want to go to school to get to play in that playground? So that's really probably the icing on the cake. I'm going to get to play today in a nice playground. Thank you.
I also want to thank Mr. Ennis for thinking about the shade for those schools. Beat the sun before it comes. I had a shade for the kids to be able to play in the playground without sitting on something hot, sitting in that, because of the sun. So I want to thank you on that, because I think it's more important for our kids to have shade, especially when we don't know how the weather's going to be. Thank you.
The trio, excellent presentation.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Also want to congratulate this big game, and it's incredible how much
pension rates we have go down, and I'm very happy to have this information now, and to know that since middle school went down so much.
Yes.
From 82 kids suspended last year to 14 through this year. That's a great achievement, and I had some comments before knowing this information, so I will not do that. So I very much appreciate that, and also the improvement that we have done with the dashboard. But while we celebrate this game, we must set, I think we must set higher expectations, because we are in, as a San Ysidro district, we are in red colors, oranges and yellow. And, I think we should, maybe, stay away a little bit of how California, range is right now, and because California sadly is one of the lowest in the educational system in the United States. So I think we should just step away from that and just focus on us as a district, and to at least have our students for them to meet or exceed for at least 50% of students. I mean, that's my hope for maybe to be in green maybe in a few years. I know that will take time, and I know you guys are working very hard on it, and there has been some progress. So I appreciate that, and we should keep the great work, and that's my comment on that. Because some declining, it's also being a little bit harsh, like in the LCI. And my question, for LCAP Goal 2 metrics, California Health is the survey from staff. Well, not sure how much it has gone down. I'm thinking a lot because of the suspension rate that went down for vaping for substance use. I'm thinking it went down for a lot. So if something's working, let's keep doing, and we think something else can be done, let's have a brainstorm idea so we can reduce much more than vaping situation, and also to reduce even more suspension. And then for also LCAP 2 metrics for health care support, when it says school support for parents. And there's a lot of percentages of parent involvement, facility management, school safety, substance abuse, and everything. Okay, so Ms. Khan, you said these are percentages from parents that had
That take the survey.
a survey.
Yes.
Which survey was that?
The California Healthy Kids Survey?
And everything, it was sent to every parent in the district?
Yes, English and Spanish.
Got it, okay. Sorry, I don't remember that. But I trust, forgive me. And then also for the universal screener, my favorite. I just wanted to know if you have a percentage or a number in the tier 3, where it says high risk, 2%, 88 students. Are these in their majority kids with an IEP, or I'm not sure if you can provide a percentage of of the categories of, not precisely on each student, but the categories of what, these students are. And if they have IEPs, and if there's a large amount, a percentage of people with IEP that are in this high risk, I think it's very important to address it. And, also that's where I agree with the amendment, where we need to keep more parental mental health. And, like, for example, in La Mirada, this is a great example because I know also for assistance, Ms. Jet, it's a wonderful factor. So we need more Ms. Jet. And I'm sorry to ask last question. This information I didn't have before. I only have the start information, and that was kind of what my research was about. And then for the last, I guess, comment for parents also, goal number 3. I just want to address that also there's something free that we can do for more parent engagement, which is creating for each school, and totally free. So we just need 3 parents on board and maybe 1 teacher, and the principal's blessing. So that's it's very good to have for every school. And also, I think for parent engagement, it would be nice to provide more training. Like one of the essential ones will be how trainings for parents to know how the school system works, how for parents to go through each person with authority, because this is a lot of, or maybe the main problem, when parents don't know about this, so they don't know who to go to, and maybe they go to the principal, but what if there's another scenario, right? So for them to be very knowledgeable about this and to reduce issues in the district, is very important for parents to know how this works, and also for parents to know the right of how what can they do and how to address certain issues to also avoid more issues in this. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
I just want to ask Connie, on these trials, distributed exam, is that given, it's sent out because of the registered people in our, right, as the schools?
It's given to the parents of students, yes.
So not every parent answers.
We only had 400 and, I think it was 400 and
452 parents.
452 parents that answered the survey, yeah. They responded to the survey, yes. Yes.
I know it's a lot of work. Maybe there's some have something for the parents to have this, because I know some parents that don't even understand the Spanish language. And you know, when you translate English to Spanish, sometimes their Spanish, that Spanish is not understand, so they don't bother to get it out. Maybe there's some other way that we can diminish it by, I don't know how to do with parents. Maybe people that are on the school side council, people that are in And I know all schools don't have PTA, the regulations regarding PTA, that's why we haven't had it. Some schools don't have PTA. That's things that people don't know. I envision that we, why those schools cannot have PTA organization. We don't know that. But anyway, maybe, during parent conferences, maybe, probably with the principal. Something that can be, if you have any questions about the student, having parents say, if you want, guidance, I know that we give it to them. The principal has the agenda for their, copy of the principal, and a lot of times where I've gone, they do go through a lot of paperwork the school sends out, or even the state. And I think that helps them understand, because they think, why do I have to fill it out if I, or they don't want to say because they don't understand it, even in their own language, they don't read it. It's really causing parents not to answer the questionnaire, I think, too. Because I wanted to big, I think we have more than that, as, parents in our communities. And I know that a lot of our military people are also another factor. Sometimes they're out, shipped to another country, and they're not at home. And maybe just a grandparent or somebody that's a family member are there, but they're not gonna get out. They're not the parent. So maybe that's something we can look into and see.
We'll look into it and follow up with the site administrators. Definitely any improvement from 452 is.
I know a lot of parents, I know they don't understand this. They don't understand, what we come out with, what the state is looking at is how many kids are progressing, but I know that kids are not very good from position where the home, they don't do very well. It's, a lot of them coming across, takes 3 hours before the video. So sometimes parents say, no, you're not going to school. I understand that. But I think that's another issue we need to look at. That's it. Find it. It's fine to accept to us. Look at their solution. See, whatever we can get information on now. Now, I know you guys know everything and you can do it. Time. Nothing to earn. Keep it in mind and come back.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for this very thorough report. As mentioned, but I said that this is, I'm happy to have this information. It's very thorough, and I appreciate all the numbers. Information definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Which one? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Gracias. Mis ojos.
We are now on 13.
Then it's, I was already pointed. You go. Sorry.
I'll second it. Yes, it's to approve the minutes of the organization of board meeting of December 19, 2024, and the special board meeting of January 29, 2025. Martinez, make the motion.
Second.
Irene Lopez, second. Call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. 13.2, appointment of directors to the San Ysidro School Public Financing Corporation. We're going to be appointing new board members Kenya Peraza and Martin Arias as directors of the San Ysidro School Public Financing Corporation. On motion. Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 13.3, student enrollment projection for school year 2025-2026.
For information.
It's for information only.
Okay.
Okay. 13.4.
Make a motion first, second, then we vote on it, and then we.
Okay, so for Make a motion for the open public hearing, the San Ysidro Education Association's initial proposal to San Ysidro School District for successor contract negotiation.
I'll make a motion.
Unanimous. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I'm just very quick, just for only one item, right? But
This is to open the public hearing.
Yes.
And then, if there's public input regarding this issue, it'll be said after the hearing is open, and then we're gonna vote to close it after that. So this is to open the public hearing.
this is not the part where we pull out items.
No, that's the consent count.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Motion passes.
So this is to open now.
We close public hearing, San Ysidro Education Association's initial proposal to San Ysidro School District for successor contract negotiation. Make a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. 5-0. And there are no speakers for public hearing on this issue. Now, number 14, consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
Okay. Which one?
Well, 14D.3. D.12.
E as in boy.
Echo.
Oh,
D.
echo.
Yes, yeah. Mhm.
12.
Yes. And that's it.
No rules from mine and Madam President.
No post for mine.
No rules. Kenya, which one was your first poll on second hearing?
14D is the David.
She has two votes, so this would be to vote on everything except.
So, we have a motion to vote on everything except the two polls. Antonio Martinez made a motion. And, Mr. Padilla second. Over the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
5-0. 14D.3, fourth annual San Ysidro School District Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Ms. Stanton.
Now.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you. So for the theme fair, I think it's a great, fair to have in the district, and we're the largest one, and with a lot of people. I was there last year, and it was very nice, but, it was a little bit overwhelming for maybe, some kids with, maybe, well, autism to be exact. Because it's crowded and, there's a lot of, resources for all of these kids. But I think maybe, and this is just to mention that I would like to participate, as I said before, in the brainstorm idea or in the process of this. So I can maybe add to this, to this fair to be even more successful. Or to be maybe, so there can be more things accessible for students, with, autism or special, or from special education. So it can be a little bit more inclusive for them, and also, so it can be, more fun for them. Also,
to enjoy. So that's it.
The vote on it now.
The vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. I vote. 14B.12, agreement with Covello Group Incorporated.
So
So I had questions before, for Mr. Madera and Mr. Bojorge, but then I had more clarification, about this group in particular, which is to fill positions for preschool special education. And, one of my questions was that if we have worked with before, which was no. And, I also asked about, what are we gonna do, to keep monitoring, the progress, of this group in particular, because it's a group. And Dr. Potter was kind enough to tell me that, the principal of BDC and the director of preschool, Julie Kretzer, is the one in charge of this, with the support of the special education director. So, I just want to highlight this, so in case it would work, significantly, we can keep them and, to see closely if they have, great strategies for us to use as well. And if not, also because it's a new group that we're working with for creation, also to maybe keep an eye on. So, we know how we can see the monitor, to keep this good. And yeah, and also I wanted, well, there's no more staff, more teachers here, but I wanted to encourage, teachers from our district to try to, have, these positions so we can, keep this position long term and, to have our teachers here in the district. So that's actually it.
Take a vote now.
Aye.
Aye.
By vote.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our regular meeting at 9:36 p.m. You do have a corporation meeting right after. You have to adjourn. Let's vote on it.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Call to order, it is now, is it 9:35? 9:35 p.m.
37.
9:37 p.m. By, Maryland, Chief Business Official.
Thank you. Starting with Ms. Irene Lopez.
Here.
Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Here.
Mr. Antonio Martinez. Mrs. Kenya Peraza. And Mr. Martin Arias. Right, we have, all members are present. We have all 5 members present.
Yep.
That's fine. We will now have, our flag salute.
allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll read it. Here, will I read? Let's do this.
Okay, our agenda, corrections and additions to the agenda.
Motion, Madam President, to approve the agenda as is.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Barata?
Sorry, no, I vote to be closed. 5 bylaws and articles of incorporation
That's information.
only. So it is respectfully suggested that the corporation board temporarily relinquish chairmanship of the meeting to the chief business official until the board elects its president.
All right, thank you. So we will begin with the election of corporation officers, starting with the election of the corporation president.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Renata Rosario as the corporation president.
Is there a second? Ms. Rosario, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept.
All right, do we have any anything for discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
Aye.
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 All right, the motion passes 5-0.
So now let's look at the vote.
The election of corporation vice president, and I'd like to nominate Antonio Martinez. Do you accept?
We need a second.
Second.
I second.
Martinez. Accepts. The vote. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
5-0. The election of corporation secretary.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Mrs. Irene Lopez as board as secretary. Corporate secretary.
I second. Vote.
Does she accept it?
Oh, do you accept? Maybe money. You heard about the budget already. 5-0.
Aye.
Vote. Aye. I didn't say aye, sorry. Oh, yes, the election of corporation treasurer.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Mr. Martina Diaz as corporation treasurer.
I second. Do you accept, Ms. Johnny? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. And any public communications, or there are none? The minutes of the San Ysidro Public Financing Corporation, to approve the minutes of the San Ysidro Public Financing Corporation for 2025, 2024. Doña Martinez makes the motion. Irene Lopez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. The meeting is now adjourned.
I'll make the motion, Madam President.
9:42. Doña Martinez,
I second.
Martina, the vote? Aye. 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 5-0.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody, and thank you, especially everybody who stayed.